All right, and we are back and have some special guests joining us with JCEA. I'd like to have them go ahead and introduce themselves.
I'm Rob Cassidy. I'm a science teacher at Stanley Lake High School and represent JCA.
Brooke Williams. I am an art educator and JCA president.
Richard Sanchez. I teach 6th grade social studies at Bell Middle School and a member of the bargaining team for JCA.
So then I'm going to turn it over to do our benefits, joint benefits counter.
All right, yeah. Have you ever heard of non-discrimination testing for health benefits? No? Okay, it's a series of tests established by the Internal Revenue Service, or IRS, that's depleting as we know it, but it's set up to evaluate how fair an organization's fringe benefits are and ensures that benefits are offered equitably to all employees, not just highly compensated ones. Federal laws like the ACA's section in 1557, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, and Title IX of the Education Amendments prohibit discrimination in health programs and activities, including those offered by public schools. So we're going to go to the next slide here. And we have some tests for these guides for non-discriminatory testing. So most employee groups' benefit plans provide tax advantage benefits and are subject to non-discrimination rules to discourage employers from providing more generous benefits to highly compensated individuals or key employees. The employer-sponsored benefit plan may fail for one or more of these non-discrimination tests if plan structures include any of these provisions listed below that favor executive staff, management staff, or higher paid employees. So our question for you today on the next slide is, why do we have a superintendent that receives 100% of her health benefits paid for, as well as other fringe benefits not available to the rest of the Jeffco employees? Isn't it time for our superintendent to not only receive the same health benefits we get, but be prepared to offer our employees better health care benefits? Next slide.
All right, next slide is this is louder than it has been all day, sorry. Next slide is our counter. We spent quite a bit of time figuring out how to do this language here. And it looks like we did not highlight changes, so there are quite a few changes in here. And I apologize, they're not highlighted right now. So benefit structure for 25-26 school year, non-taxable employer contribution will be made by the district to cover a defined percentage for each plan in accordance with the table below. So that line, a defined percentage for each plan in accordance with the table's on the next slide. We'll get to that in a second. That is new language, and that is the interest we've brought to the table this year and previous years, I would like to say relentlessly. Continuing onward, for example, 111% of the premium cost of employee-only coverage for the Kaiser High Deductible 2 plan, $650, or the equivalent dollar amount toward another plan. For the employee-only level of Kaiser High Deductible 2 plan, district will contribute the difference between the total employer contribution and the monthly premium to a health savings account, HSA. We struck the dollar, I think it was $65, we struck that. For employees who elect to employee plus children or employee plus family plan, the district will provide an additional monthly $50 subsidy to be applied to these plans. That's the same, that's what you proposed. And then here it gets a little different. One well, I guess this is still the same. So for the 25-26 school year, employer contribution percentage across all medical benefit plans will be within the following ranges as specified on the next table. So this is the ranges you see listed here. Again, the next table gets more specific to the plan itself or individual plans. And then here is really where our counter is. So the percentages paid by the district will increase 2% for each plan and subplan, i.e. employee, employee plus spouse, employee plus children, family, in the 26-27 school year. For the 27-28 school year, the district will pay an additional 3% of the coverage for that school year for each plan and subplan. What we are once again trying to negotiate here is consistency and buy-in from the district for the incredibly brutal cost of healthcare as it rises year over year. I want to say that having percentages on the table is a good first step, but we need the commitment from Jeffco that these percentages will remain, and that we don't just slide back into a flat dollar contribution that forces workers to shoulder the entire burden of healthcare cost increases. And so then the next slide is our attempt at showing this in percentage numbers for each individual plan. We pulled these percentages from a previous table that was shown at our joint session. We understand that there has been a slight adjustment so these percentages might not be exact. This is the framework we want to see in the language in our contract. So we're just for full transparency, we know that they will need to be adjusted for that extra $10. But this is what we would like to see. And then this table is where we would apply, where Jeffco would apply that 2% in 26-27, the 3% in 27-28. So this language right here, these percentages would live in each of our CBAs to then be updated in following years. And that is the proposal. Go for it, yeah.
So, we're essentially accepting your language for next year, but then saying that for the next year, it would be, instead of looking at dollar amounts, it would be a percentage. So we would keep the same percentages and then increase it 2% from next year's percent to calculate how much money the district would contribute that year. And then from that year, it would be 3% more for the following year, or 5% total between, more than next year.
I just have a couple quick questions. That was one of them, so thank you, Rob. That was helpful. I assumed so, but I wanted to ask to make sure. Do you want the employee cost, based on these percentages of the premium, to be next to it, like was in that table we sent you earlier? Or is it more important that you have the percentage, just the percentage?
Cost will change.
Of course.
So I think what we're trying to get into the agreements is the percentage contribution model.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if your employees would want to reference this to know their individual cost for each plan. Obviously, it's available on our website, and either way is fine. I just wanted to check. Are you, with this plan, are you saying that this is not an automatic reopener? Or would JCEA's language says it's an automatic reopener. JESPA's doesn't say that yet. I don't know if we'll land there, but if we were if we were able to agree to this language, would you say that this is a 3-year and not automatically reopened?
I'll let someone from JCEA maybe step in if they want to speak more, but for us, we're trying to mirror our interest in a 3-year deal.
I think we were trying to honor JESPA's 3-year commitment.
Okay,
So this, I think, this item would be a 3-year commitment from JCA,
understandable. Thank you.
which would be different than the like COLA aspect of compensation.
As well as the article
all the
openers.
language and- yeah.
Okay. All right, that, I think those were my only questions. I mean, obviously, I can look. Did you use the ones that we sent you today, the percentages? Or were these from the 14th? Okay.
I believe these were from the 14th.
Okay, happy to adjust them. I just wanted to make sure. I'm sorry, we didn't copy JCA on that updated.
Yeah, that's why we're saying particularly the children and the family are probably a little low here.
Got it.
Because with the additional $10 per month, it would be a little bit higher.
Okay. And obviously, should we enter into a 3-year and the Benefits Advisory Committee were to change, something were to happen and the Benefits Advisory Committee said, we now only, this is completely hypothetical to all that are listening, we now only want to go with Kaiser. Obviously, we would have that conversation and make adjustments. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I think we have a 3-year contract with United Healthcare that had been, signed last.
I thought it was renewed annually, but I could be crazy.
I thought there was a 3-year commitment, but maybe I'm wrong.
You were on Benefits Advisory, so you're probably right.
They locked in for, certain stipulations for the next several years, I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah, for some reason I thought
could
the
be
board had to
mistaken,
approve it annually, but I could be
But-
nuts too. Okay. All right, we are happy to review this, and, we'll come back today with a counter. It might take us, half an hour, 45 minutes, just to review it and determine whether it's fiscally possible for us to commit to those 3 things, or 2 things, 3 things, 2 years of things, and I'll be able to get back to you.
Sounds good. I'll send this over to you right away.
Thank you. Is there any language you want to visit before that caucus?
Yeah, we would like to do our compensation counter.
Okay.
Give me 1 second while I get it set up. No, you can hang out. You're good. Okay, I will be walking us through our golf compensation, Article 6. All right. We're accepting this language in 614, 615. We are adding back in, add step 9 to the wage schedule. Down to 6110, pay frequency. I believe we're accepting a bit of this language, but we also wanted to add back in, and so for new hires, they will receive accelerated pay and will also be able to select proration or not.
And just interrupting while he's scrolling to the next thing, you all know what accelerated pay is, but maybe something in parentheses there describing it, or putting it in definitions, or something.
Yeah, or
Something we're familiar with.
thank you, Darcy. Yeah, or even like maybe in an appendix with the way that that's calculated, and so people understand what that means. All right, 6110 do. The district and JESPA, I should say, the district and JESPA agree to bargain the impacts of ERP implementation, including pay frequency, proration, no later than March 1st, 2027. Final agreement shall be reached by June 30th, 2027, prior to any changes taking effect. Holiday pay for prorated employees. Holidays are included in days worked calendar and prorated as such. We are down to premium pay. We are accepting the $25 an hour premium pay for diff pay and hazard pay when they happen at the same time. We are adding back in transportation to 6331, accepting the strike through of safety, and, well, yeah, you accepted that. We're good with that. We are accepting your language for hazard pay. Bilingual pay, we are accepting most of this language. We do have a couple things to counter, though. If I only knew what I was doing there, okay. Yeah, here we go. So in 6713, we're striking the by the 10th of the month condition, simply saying that employees who pass the required tests will receive the wage increase on their next paycheck. Understanding pay cycles, we believe adding dates here is somewhat arbitrary. Then in 672, up above it's stated, let me just go back because this relates to that. So this language here is requested by an administrator. We had struck by direct supervisor, you accepted that. So down here, when someone is transferred to a different school or department and is eligible, has passed the test, who is receiving bilingual pay, the language before was their new supervisor must recommend them, so that doesn't necessarily align with what was above, so we put an administrator must recommend them within 60 days. Okay, sorry, scrolling a lot here, going down. Okay, so we have a concern with the higher classification pay back and forth. So what y'all had proposed today was this first kind of bracketed section, which was all new language. And it was a counter to your last proposal, which was this that we accepted. So we are confused as to why that was brought again and is seemingly a new interest and new language when we had accepted this section in brown here. So we added that section we accepted back here. Okay, so late starts. We are accepting your language for late starts. Now, before we get down to the bottom of this article, again, we have an interest in getting a 3-year deal done. We have accepted quite a bit of this language here in Article 6, which will come at a cost savings to Jeffco, especially late starts. So 616, I think we alluded to this before, that the pre-K wage schedule doesn't include all of the employees, so we just made it clear here that the pre-K wage schedule must include all employees in lanes. And so 618, cost of living COLA, effective September 1st of each year covered by this agreement, JESPA employees will receive a COLA equivalent to the annual percentage change in the Denver Aurora Lakewood Consumer Price Index, CPIU, using the most recent 12-month average available as of March 31st preceding the adjustment year. And then the next 3 years, as outlined below, 25, 26 steps plus 2.3 COLA, 26, 27 steps plus CPI as defined above, 27, 28 steps plus CPI as defined above. And then we just added JESPA down here instead of the association. That's Article 6.
Could you please go back up to 6110-1, please? I don't think that was, it was. Be the
Sorry, 6.1.10.1 or 6.10?
6110-1.
Sorry.
I was like, wait, yes, I want to address that too, but.
Yep. Okay, hold on. Got weird.
I'm so glad that happens to you too.
It's weird for all of us.
Exactly.
Okay, sorry, say it one more time.
6110.
10.
1.
1.
So we'll be also be able to select proration or not. Are you stating at a certain time, or are you saying for any new hire?
We're trying to capture the current practice that you talked about last week for new hires. And so whatever, we were hoping that with the process that's already written out, that we could just add that as appendix.
Yes.
Whatever. So
I
we're trying to
understand.
capture the current.
Yeah. So we can explain the accelerated pay. I do have to correct what I said at the table last week. There is not an option for those who are hired after a certain time to not be prorated. I believe if they're hired maybe in May, that might be an option not to get that check over the summer. I do apologize. I misunderstood something. But that doesn't mean that, we won't consider this. I'm just stating that I made a mistake at the table last week.
Can we talk about that just for a sec then? Because excuse me, we had a complaint about this before that fell under the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act and our contract because the district was utilizing sub positions in order to replace bargaining unit positions. I mean, I think many supervisors with the intent of making sure people didn't leave because you get paid more when you first get hired and you're not subject to escrow, et cetera. So the fact that it can be done and that it's being used as a benefit, but then employees aren't getting all of the benefits of the contract, et cetera, we need to figure out a way to fix that. So even if it's not a current option, it kind of is if the district's using it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I just wanted to find out what you meant by select the proration or not, and if that was at a certain time. And then if you, the higher classification pay. So the reason that we came back and redid that language is we wanted to make it easier for those who are getting higher classification pay and for our operations team to define what the amount of pay is going to be. So in this language, the new language, it is stating that the employee will be given the higher classification pay based off of the step that they are currently on. Now, if they go for a promotional opportunity, you know, let's say that for whatever reason, this position goes vacant and they get the promotion. What we are finding is that we're giving them these, you know, on the step that they are currently on, but it's not following the promotion language. And so we want to make it clear that although that they might be getting a separate higher classification pay during the time they're doing the work, they may, if they get that promotion, they may not still be put on that same step. Does that make sense? Because it's based on experience for their promotion. So in turn, it could very well be that they're getting more for their higher classification pay when they're doing, you know, they're filling in than if they were to get the promotion itself. So that's why we changed the wording in there, and we appreciate you calling out that, you know, we had proposed the additional language. For the pre-K wage schedule,
Real quick, I think we need to not move from that
yep,
just quite yet. Just trying to wrap my head around that one.
yeah, so.
I mean, this is, the higher classification pay, my understanding, my experience with it is when a hourly food service worker fills in for a manager because a manager is sick.
Sure.
Okay, it's not, it could potentially be ongoing, but this isn't about a promotion. It is about fill-in for, you know, unforeseen circumstances. So I'm having, I can see where you're going, but I'm having a hard time finding it, live here, what you're saying. So why, yeah. Can you just speak more to this interest?
Right, so I can totally understand so we'll take your example, for instance, okay? So I'm an hourly food service worker. You're out, you're one of the managers, I'm gonna fill in for you. So I'm gonna get to keep my step into your manager position. So I might be at a step 17, and then I get to keep this step 17 when I'm filling in as a manager. You, for whatever reason, vacate the position. I go for the position, I'm awarded it. I may not be awarded a step 17 when I actually am promoted. I may be awarded a step 8. I don't know. I'm just throwing out numbers, right? But that is, so while I'm filling in, I might be given a higher step than if I was to take the position. Does that make sense once I explain it like
So you're attempting to kind of have a disclaimer
Right.
for another situation that might happen?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe we're not sure that you need to have it because the other language is clear, so that might be, but thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, so that's why we put that language in there, just so that you understand why we
Okay.
proposed it.
Appreciate it.
As far as the pre-K wage schedule, on the bottom it says to include lanes. Our JESPA wage schedule does not include lanes. And I believe that our goal, both JESPA as well as the district, was to align our pre-K schedule with our wage schedule for all other ESPs. ESPs do not have lanes. And so I want to ask why we put lanes back in here.
They're kind of like lanes, but they're actually all different pay grades based on their experience or their education. So we just wanted to make sure that we talk about that and that's not, where does that go now? Does that not matter in the district's proposal?
I think this is, we were trying to figure out how to do this. This honestly, I think, is more of we want to acknowledge what is current practice with pre-K. They have lanes in the current wage schedule, and so we want to make sure that that translates to the new schedule. So lanes might not be the right word here to live consistently in the CBA, but it's to make sure that what is now current practice is translated into the new schedule.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what we have discussed in the compensation committee is that instead of a lane, we would take that experience and that education into account when they first come into the district, and that would be a step placement, and then they would continue on. But there isn't a lane placement. So yes, we're still going to take that into consideration.
Any more questions? Okay, we'll send that over. Okie dokie.
Yes, a concern is on the wage schedule that is proposed. We have people that sit outside of the top end. What happens there?
So, and we can probably make note of it, but to include all of those employees, I don't want to call you an outlier, but you've been here for a while, and so you're beyond what our current proposal is on the wage schedule. And so I think that we would probably be able to put some language about that effectively addresses how those employees that are outside of the schedule receive increases. So we will certainly work on that kind of disclaimer that we would add at the bottom of the schedule.
I think the way we wrote the proposal is, our counter was to signal to you, we think those folks are ECIs that you're phasing out, and our preference would be to see the ECI as
So they're not on
schedule.
this, they're not even one of the 4 lines that are listed currently?
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful to
That's what I
understand.
think, but if there's any other outliers outside of ECIs, then bring it back and we could talk about it. But I think the preference would be to capture their grade, so
Okay.
they're not just sitting there until
course.
they're phased out and feeling bad.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, we could even have a separate line that is completely different. Maybe even like they stay on the current schedule. It'd be
Right.
a little weird, but we'll chat with Laura about it.
Sorry, before we move on, I made one mistake in bilingual pay that I would like to acknowledge. So we had a concern about the folks who have, sorry, I'm just going to pull it up again. So it's folks who have, bilingual communication written into their job descriptions. It's our understanding that these people don't actually make any more money because of that classification. Can you provide some data that shows that these workers who are required to do this work because their job description defines that work, can you provide some examples of how that results in additional pay, which would then make them ineligible for this? So I'm going to strike that. I'm sorry, I missed it. So just so we can get that data. Thank you.
Was there any other language, Darcy, that you wanted to review?
Not at this time. We have, again, many pendings that we figured we'd give you benefits to work on while we continue with others.
Okay, we do have Article 12, if you want, it's that one sentence that we can return, I think. I have it up if you want me. Okay. Whoops, okay. So the one sentence we have again modified, and we believe that it should read something similar to this. As you know, the previous language in the agreement was around policy GBAA, which was related specifically to complaints of sexual harassment or Yeah. Or discrimination, thank you. I was like, something else. And so what we propose is complaints of alleged policy or law violations should be filed in accordance with outlined processes to seek resolution. So for example, if a law has been violated, then a police report should be filed. If a policy has been violated, such as GBAA, which is an environment free from sexual harassment and discrimination, then there is a process by which that should be followed. If it's an equal employment opportunity violation, then we have a process by which that should be followed. Those two, the policy violations, are typically collected via our Speak Fully form, which is available to all employees on the intranet. And obviously, violations of the law should be filed with police department within the jurisdiction in which the violation may have occurred. And so while we appreciate and agree with you that we would like to resolve complaints at the lowest possible level, at the same time, there are policies and laws that need to be handled expeditiously and need to be handled by the experts that are in place in order to respond to those in appropriate ways, in appropriate timelines. So this is our counter proposal to that particular sentence.
Thank you. You referenced Speak Fully, and was that available in a employee news? Do people know what that is and where to find it?
It is available on the website, and it was communicated to employees in the hashtag Team Jeffco brief in December, I believe twice in December. I can't remember if it was once or twice, but it was definitely in the December newsletter. It may have been again in January, but I'm not positive. It was also available in the administrator newsletter that goes specifically to administrators, and they were asked to share it with their employees, but in the Team Jeffco brief, that goes to all.
Okay, so back in December, because I know when we as a team looked for it, it took us about 6 minutes to find it.
Yeah, it went live
All of
in
us
December.
looking, searched for Speak Fully on the intranet search, and it just took a while to find, that was all.
And we used to call it a web form, so the name should have changed. Jen actually changed it on the website, and so I don't know why it wasn't found so quickly, but yes, it is available there and was communicated back in December.
Okay, question, or maybe if we could just back up a minute. What we were trying to do is meet the district where you were with our counter. So I want to make sure you understand what our interest was and where we were trying to meet you. By accepting your strike-throughs, violations of district policy or department policy or law, we were saying we would grieve contract violations, and we were trying to signal that we would still, according to what Jen said, we can cite policy, law, et cetera, as part of our grievance when we file one. So there are laws that we would cite, there are laws that you don't call the police for, like the Fair Labor Standards Act or the ADA, or maybe it's family or some other state law that PROPLA, like Colorado labor law, we would want to be able to not have a grievance thrown out and ensure that the way this read would allow us to do that. The intent of the grievance procedure is to resolve issues at a lower level instead of, it wouldn't be police, you would file complaints or you would file lawsuits, et cetera. And so the grievance procedure is meant to resolve it before we get there. So what we were trying to do is say that we would still cite those and that's clear.
So I think that it is well within your rights as an association to reference whatever it is you choose to reference in a grievance, as long as the contract language that has been violated is also referenced. I mean, that's the purpose of a grievance. Literally. That's what we wrote, right? Right?
Yeah,
Any matter contained
just that
in
you're
the
striking
agreement.
through the violations of policy or law is a deliberate strike through. So we're trying to make sure we're on the same page. We will be citing those. And you do want to know what our evidence is of those items.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think any grievances that have referenced contract violation have been thrown out because of your references to the applicable policies and laws, but I could be wrong.
Well, one example would be if the district violates PROPWA. PROPWA has much more language in the law than we have in our contract, which has maybe some minor, an employee will not be singled out. But it doesn't say in our contract anything about what is protected activity, et cetera. So we would prefer to be able to file a grievance, meet and talk with you and resolve it versus filing a complaint or potentially having the right to sue and going through a lawsuit. I would think the district would also have that interest. So if we filed that kind of grievance, would the district say, well, that's a law violation and you need to file that according with outlined processes in the law?
I mean, as I understand it, there is a way in which there is a mechanism through PROPWA and that you could do that. Our preference would be for us to have a conversation before it even gets to a grievance to be able to resolve it.
Same.
So, right, I
But
think
we have a grievance process now that has a pre-grievance process, et cetera.
Yeah, we
So
share that
that's-
interest.
I think we share the same interest, so we're very close here. Can
Yeah.
we figure out how to not try to bar us from filing a grievance that has a law like that in it?
Right. I would just say that we don't believe the grievance process should be used to resolve violations of law or policy. We believe it should be used to resolve violations of the agreement language, of which, while sometimes maybe vague purposefully, I think that the majority of the expectations that you have for working conditions and workers' rights probably lives somewhere within your agreement. And if not, I mean, Jen and Jennifer, as the labor relations team, and Amanda are always open to that conversation and will engage our legal team when necessary. And certainly would even help to file a police report if necessary, or at least direct you to the appropriate place. We also have a director of EEO who is very well versed in being able to support those alleged violations as well.
Vicki, also, that language is not in our current CBA, and, although they're two separate CBAs, JCEA also does not have this language in their grievance policy. They do have the GBA or reference in there that we currently have in our CBA as well. We could always revert back to original language if we need to, but
I think that would be regressive. What we're trying to say is this process is to resolve issues. Whether or not anyone has it now, we're bargaining now. It's in the district's best interest. What you're saying to us is to go ahead and sue you and just to escalate when it's not in the contract, and that's unfortunate.
That is the only language we had at this time, Darcy. We can certainly go to caucus and review benefits and comp.
And yeah, we'll probably need about 10, 15 minutes to bring back another article. Do you need more time and we can bring back more?
Yeah, I'm guessing we'll probably need at least 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay, so 30 minutes would take us to 5:20.
Perfect.
We have Article 8 as well, so that is the article that also kind of crosses into a cost or a financial. So I think we need information from you, and we're working on 8 to bring back next.
That's correct.
Leaves, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
So we had a quick realization in between time. In order for an employee to be eligible for the 1,250 hours worked for FMLA protection, they have to have worked those hours 100% of the time, meaning sick time, personal time, vacation leave, paid time off doesn't count toward their hours worked. Holiday pay does not count toward those hours worked. So it might be really challenging for those employees who work 178 days, 7 hours a day, to never take any time off and be eligible for FMLA. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that is one like crease in all of this. Certainly, there are some employees who have perfect attendance and never miss a day of work, but I did want to throw that out there as a sticky component.
Thank you. Still the half hour.
Thank you.
And we're back. A little extra time to double check some things. So we have 3 articles to bring back, and then that will tie right back into whatever Article 6 compensation or benefits you have back for us.
So I might need a little bit of time after your 3 articles. I just text you. I was trying to get an answer, and I'm just waiting to hear back. And so if I hear back while you're presenting, then I will be able to present benefits. If not, I might need an extra 10 minutes or so.
Okey doke. All right, so Article 2X, safety. Sorry, we'll wait for Xander to get allowed back in so we can present.
There it is. 1 second.
All right, sliding down to 6.1. So where all you left it was in the brown, independent support paraeducator ISP staffing will be determined by the student IEP team based on student needs. We've added 2 sentences. Should it be necessary for an ISP to support a student one-on-one, the time and expectations will be outlined in the student's IEP. During this designated time, the ISP or dedicated adult support shall be assigned to that student consistent with the IEP and will not be assigned to support other students or duties. And let's talk about exactly why, again, we're hammering on this in the article of safety. If there's a lockdown, if there's a hold, if there's a fire, and the student's dedicated support adult, perhaps the one-on-one, has more than 1 student and the student elopes, which student do you save? What do you do? That's why this is in safety. If per their IEP, they need a dedicated adult support, and they have more than 1 student at an emergency time, how do we make that call? Moving on to Article 12. And this is at the bottom of the first paragraph, 12-1. JESPA
My
Luna.
computer froze. Give me 1 second.
It's okay. It's just striking that last sentence you put in. I think we're at a TA at the previous language. The sentence that you put in of complaints of alleged policy or law violations should be filed in accordance with outlined processes to seek resolution. I think if we just strike that, we're at a TA. We don't want to go through a lawsuit. Okay. Jumping into Article 8. And this is going to tie into Article 6. We believe that we can accept your Foxtrot. We are willing to give up the 260 days. We are willing to give up the full-time ESPs being sufficient hours for FMLA. We're willing to give up the 4 days of holidays if we can get call-in pay for the staff members who are called in during that Christmas to New Year's break that's referred to in Article 6.
Are you proposing that we add a new section to 6 called call-in pay?
It's, I think 6.6 is where it already lives. There's a section on call-in pay. So our proposal would be to add that when you're called in outside of your days worked, like on those days that you would be eligible for time and a half. So it's current practice, it's what payroll has solved for those issues. We would want to capture that. We think it goes in 6.6 if there's a different option, but we would move it, accept some of these strike-throughs with the addition of that language to Article 6.
Okay, I'm happy to review that and check in on that.
Yeah, and it is 6.6.
Apologies, we have a live stream issue. It appears as though people can't see what we are, can they hear what we are doing, Amanda? They can hear what we are doing, but they can't see it. So if you are watching the live stream, we apologize. You're unable to view our screen, but we are still here. We promise. Oh, we're offline. We seem to have lost screen access. We'll figure it out. Have no fear.
So those were our brief safety 12 and 8, which leads into 6, which leads into your turn.
All right, so I have not yet heard back, and so I will need just a few extra minutes. And so we are happy to bring this back. If you want to wait 10 to 15 minutes, we can bring it back by 6:30. We should be able to, as long as I can go back down and get my answer. And otherwise, we're happy to wait. I don't want to make JCA stay here longer than we have to. If they, I mean, obviously they have dedicated their time after checking out of their schools today to be here, but I also want to give you the opportunity to be able to depart if I can provide this counter proposal to you within the next 15 minutes. Would that be okay, Darcy, if we took a 15-minute caucus, or would you like to take a longer caucus for dinner and then meet per counter?
15 minutes would be fine.
Okay. And we will try to fix the live stream as well. Thank you, Brandon. Welcome back, everyone. I apologize for that additional time needed. I am prepared to provide a counter proposal to the benefits offer. I'm not quite done on comp, but since this is a joint proposal, I am happy to present it. All right, so thank you for your flexibility and willingness to agree to what we've currently proposed in language. We are willing to consider partially what you have put out there. So our counter proposal is the employer contribution will increase by 2% of the least expensive employee-only plan premium and applied across each plan and subplan, i.e. employee, employee plus spouse, employee plus children, family, in the 26-27 school year. For the 27-28 school year, the employer contribution will increase by an additional 3% of the least expensive employee-only plan premium, and, I'm sorry, that should say be applied, or applied, across each plan and subplan. So we acknowledge that the premium rate may increase next year. We do have an agreement with Kaiser that there will be a cap on that increase, should that remain the lowest premium, the lowest covered, the least expensive employee-only premium. And so essentially, should that be the plan that we use this or apply this to, it would go from 111% to 113% in that first year. And that new amount would be applied across all plans. And then in the second year, it would go from 113% to 116%, and again, be applied across all plans and subplans. So that is where we're at and what we are able to offer. I will tell you that that is the final offer I am able to present and propose this evening. And one more thing, these that you had in your second slide, these were accurate for the 25-26 school year, these percentages. Rob?
Just to be clear, you are calculating basically a dollar amount for that 2% increase, and let's say it's $30. You would then apply $30 to every single plan.
That is correct.
So you would not essentially be doing a percentage-based model. You would be doing, again, some set number of dollars increase for all the plans.
Yes, and we are more than willing to commit to this particular type of language in the agreements. However, we do recognize that these will fluctuate. Some of them will increase by 3%, some of them will increase by 1%, and premium rates could change. They could increase. We all know they're unlikely to decrease. Our hope would be that they at least remain stable. And we also know that the self-funded plans, we set the premiums based on the claims experience that we've had. So with the hope that United Healthcare has provided to us with regard to Surest and the new model, our hope would be that premium increases would be minimal and that these percentages would increase with an increase to the lowest covered or plan, lowest cost plan. I know that was a lot of hope. Any other questions? And again, we are committed to putting this language in both agreements if that is what you'd like to see. And of course, we will adjust them and send them to you for review annually, whether or not we are at the table bargaining. I'm going to assume that you need some time to discuss.
Yes.
All right. Would you like time to discuss and dinner, or dinner time built in?
Did you have 6 as well?
I do not have 6 yet. I am now working through the last proposal that you just made and needing to figure out what it is we can do in response with that particular proposal, the 664 proposal.
Can we take like a quick 5-minute so that you don't all leave?
Of course.
And see if we have any questions, and then maybe a longer caucus?
Sounds good. Just let us know. We'll take us offline for 5 minutes, or if you need 7, no worries.
And we're back.
Okay, would you be able to put that proposal up on the screen again for us? Thank you. So I would like to ask a couple questions for clarity. I want to understand, in your view, what a percentage-based contribution model is.
So I understand that a percentage-based contribution model is that the employer contribution pays a specific percentage of the plan, and the employee pays the remaining percentage of the plan. I completely understand your original request around the 80%, 20%. 80% employer contribution, 20% employee contribution paid across all plans. I acknowledge that that is differentiated by plan because each plan has a different premium cost. This is our attempt to get to a more similar model to what you're looking for. I acknowledge that this is not 100% all the way to what you're looking for. And although the percentages in this case are determined by one particular plan, it is still a commitment to these particular percentages as indicated on the second slide. However,
Is that a commitment to have these percentages be ongoing?
With the changes in premiums, I can't commit that these percentages will be maintained or increased year over year. Should premiums effectively increase or, again, to all of our hope, decrease, these percentages may change.
Did the district, did the board give the district's team a directive to move to a percentage-based model?
The board is aware of this model that we have proposed. It's very similar to some of the other school districts that have used a percentage-based model. They model their percentages off of one particular plan, and that's how they set their percentages. And so the board is very aware of this. And I think just as like you have shared the appreciation for us beginning to move in this direction, they too feel as though this is the correct direction to move. They're also aware of this updated proposal.
Okay, can you go back to the other one?
This one?
Nope, the blue one.
Sorry, yes.
All good? So let's just let's think this out here. So let's say Kaiser high deductible one plan, the family premium goes up 6%. 10, let's like 10, let's do an even 10%. So you're saying that when the costs inevitably go up because they will go up, there's I mean, all but guaranteed costs for healthcare will go up because they always do. You're saying that you will take that premium cost, that premium that is now 10% higher, and create a new percentage based on that cost.
So if that employee plus family plan goes up for the Kaiser HDHP 1, so will the employee only for Kaiser HDHP 2, if that is a plan that we continue to be committed to. So therefore, an increase in the percentage of that plan will also increase the percentage of, increase the contribution amount to the other plan, which may or may not impact the percentage. So if one plan goes up, they're all going to go up. And so thus, the percentage, the 113% that we'd be able to commit to next year, will be more of the employee-only plan as well. I mean, it'll be more of the HSA contribution for that particular plan because we are committed to, as we previously discussed, offering at least one employee-only plan at no cost to employees.
To me, that sounds like you're using a percentage of the base to calculate a flat rate contribution.
That is what I'm doing, and it's resulting in variable percentages by plan. It's actually less confusing for employees, is what we believe, because employees will understand the amount they have, because I won't be able to compare what I have to be able to distribute. I won't be able to make a choice different than my colleague sitting next to me, who all of a sudden has 683.24, and I have 640. I mean, we believe that it's actually more understandable for our employees, because they will know this is the dollar amount I have to apply to any one of these plans.
Employees are here. I believe it's dismissive to say that it is not confusing when we are hearing that someone is confused.
I don't think that was necessary, Xander, and I feel like you called me out, and we are hard on
It was
issues.
said publicly in this room,
We are
someone was
hard on issues
confused with
and
this
soft on
plan. I
people.
think that was dismissive of this person. I don't believe this is a percentage-based contribution model. I believe this is a creative way to continue with a flat rate contribution. And that's it. I think we're going to hold this so we can continue to work and try and do what's best for workers.
Sure. I want you to know, again, this is the final offer I am able to present to either association.
Is Jefferson County the largest employer in the area?
Sure.
At public schools?
In the county,
In the
not
county.
in the state.
Yeah, in the county. I was thinking about this other day, like, we keep talking about our enrollment issues. I'm wondering, because we're one of the largest employers in Jefferson County, like, how awesome would it be if we could afford to have kids?
I want to remind you that we are not a for-profit company.
Yeah, I know.
And we don't
I'm just
receive
saying-
revenue based on what we produce.
I hear a lot from our younger teachers that, I can't afford to have a family. I can't afford to start a family. And we keep talking about our enrollment issues. But if our young teachers could afford to have families, I'm not saying, we're going to populate the whole planet, or save the entire enrollment issue. But I just think that, it might help if our own employees could afford to have families where they work and live.
All right, we would like to caucus for dinner and some more work.
Okay? Eve, we're live. I just missed Brandon's thumbs up, but I think he was live. Oh, now it's thumbs up. He was guaranteeing it. So we are back and we are able to share Article 6, our hotel version, as well as the safety article. I believe it's 2X, maybe. And so I will go ahead with Article 6. I'm sorry, was there anything that you wanted to move forward with? Okay. So on Article 6, sorry, let me make this a little bigger for you to see. Okay. So in Article 6, we are not able to add Step 9 to the wage schedule. We have added in, to your point, a definition of accelerated pay, and what we typed in or what we propose is provide new employees with the option to receive a partial paycheck when they start with the district in lieu of waiting for the monthly pay cycle. New employees choosing this option understand their first and second paychecks will be less than the standard full month's pay. To your point, that is in current practice, and also as a note for the future, once we agree to and implement twice monthly pay, this would not be necessary because it would already come earlier than expected with a semi-monthly or bi-monthly paycheck, if you will. In 6.1.10.2, with regard to the ERP, we have modified this language slightly to say the district agrees to discuss with JESPA the impacts of ERP implementation, including but not limited to pay frequency and proration, no later than June 30th, 2027. A joint communication plan shall be reached prior to any changes taking effect. We acknowledge and understand that there will be impacts to employees that you represent, such as, but again, not limited to, pay frequency, proration, the accelerated pay that I just referred to, potentially other things like the way in which people report time. There will be training requirements for how to access certain documents. And so we would certainly like to discuss those things with you. The reason that we didn't put in bargain is that some of these things are not able to be changed. So for example, the way in which employees access the system, the things that they have to click on, the way that they have to report their time, it might not be bargainable. It might just be, this is the way the new system works. We acknowledge that the things that you've written in here potentially do have an impact on bargaining and could be part of a reopener should we need to reopen this compensation article. Oops, where are we at? Where are we? Oh, I'm sorry, this was a new cross out. Wasn't it? Was it? Yeah. So again, this is a possibility in the future. It is not a possibility right now for us to put holiday pay back into the prorated year-round salaries. Employees are still paid for them in the month which the holiday occurs, as was previously requested, and we have made that happen. We can talk about putting this back in once the new ERP system is adjusted, but right now, everyone who would need to spend time readjusting this needs to be focused on ERP implementation and those processes. And so this is something we could renegotiate with regard to the ERP conversation if this article is reopened. We agree to allowing transportation to be back into this diff pay. In bilingual pay, we currently do not agree with crossing out letter A, employees in a bilingual designation position with corresponding compensation are not eligible. It wasn't crossed out, but we've had this language in since our Delta version and haven't haven't had any conversation about it until this evening. I can get you information. I couldn't get it this evening. I can get you information about what that looks like for those employees in those positions. However, we are not amenable to crossing that out since we've agreed in multiple articles. And again, this is currently in practice in the guidance document that we use. In 6713, we've changed the language to prior to the end of the pay period. We acknowledge that maybe the 10th of the month might seem arbitrary, but the end of the pay period is impactful to what we're able to pay on that particular paycheck. We agreed to an administrator, and what we did was we mirrored the language from up above in 6711. It says, an administrator who calls upon them to facilitate communication as defined above. And then we mirrored that language down in 672, an administrator who calls upon them to facilitate communication as defined above. We did test/tests because, again, some of them are required to take more than one test, such as reading, speaking, and listening. Some are not required to take all three of those, depending on the language. In higher classification pay, I believe we returned this back to the language that was previously here. And so now we really appreciate your explanation. I think that we maybe were confused on everything it was asking for. And so we just returned it to this language. An employee who is assigned the duties and responsibilities of a higher classification by the appropriate department administrator on an ongoing basis will be paid appropriately at the rate commensurate with the higher classification. In Article 6-. 6-18. We have returned to the previous proposed language, and I did add in a word. So JESPA employees will receive a minimum COLA equivalent to the total general fund revenue percentage increase from the previous year's adopted budget. I do want to address the question about the adopted budget. So the adopted budget is a projection based on the previous year's actuals. It's not an arbitrary number, and it has been the revenue projection has been highly accurate, within 1% for the past several years. We acknowledge that expenditures has been variable due to, again, the ESSER funding. However, the adopted budget with regard to revenue has been very accurate. This total general fund revenue percentage will be calculated and identified in the revenue portion of the board's proposed budget in June of each year. We certainly would have a projection prior to that we would be able to share. So again, the next 3 years is outlined below. 25-26, steps plus 1.5% COLA. 26-27, steps plus, I added in the word a minimum. There is always the possibility of additional revenue, such as that which may come through a mill, which I would expect you would want to reopen this conversation, should that be a possibility. So plus a minimum of general fund total revenue increase percentage in COLA. 27-28, same thing, steps plus a minimum of general fund total revenue increase percentage COLA. And this language, I believe, was previous in the last proposal. So that is where we're at with Article 6. So we will go ahead and move on to 12. And if you have any questions on 6, please don't hesitate to stop me. Not 12, safety, excuse me. 2X. And I just lost my folder. Okay. In the safety article, we are amenable to the first sentence that you have proposed. So, should it be necessary for an ISP to support a student one-on-one, the time and expectations will be outlined in the student's IEP. So, we believe that there will be specific plans for students in the situation of an evacuation or an emergency. Those will be written into their safety plan if necessary, and should be certainly followed as appropriate. And additionally, I believe that should there ever be a time, just like in the previous sentence, where a ISP needs to support a student on one-on-one, whether that be medical, whether that be health or supervision in some way, shape, or form, it will be outlined in the student's IEP as to that expectation and the time, potentially even duration, depending on what the need actually is. And so that is where we are at in Article 2X Safety.
All right, we'll get back to you. We'll see you at the board meeting. So we won't be able to agenda set, not knowing what's coming. We'll get back to you.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much for your time this evening, throughout the day. I appreciate it. Appreciate everyone being here in the audience and online. Brandon, will you please take us offline? Thank you.